Good Sunday morning, and we're here at Gainesville Raceway getting ready to kick off race number 4 of the Scorpion ET Series here at the historical track. We're going to have some new entry time runs that will be running. That's new entries only, so we should be able to get through those pretty quickly and move right on in eliminations. I'll tell you what, a big appreciation goes out to the track crew for trying to do their best yesterday to try to get this race in on Saturday, but unfortunately it didn't work out, and we had to call it after the second round of eliminations to call it a race. But today the weather is looking a whole lot better than what it was yesterday. If you're not following on the Spot Motorsports Media, please do so. And we want to remind everybody that we will have Sienna Wildgust joining us this Thursday night to talk about her NHRA debut at the Gator Nationals. And, hey, she got in the show this weekend out of Pomona. She is the youngest pro stock driver in the history of the NHRA at the age of 17. So we're going to dive in a little bit on that Thursday night on her road to becoming a professional. You know, this lady just didn't decide to buy a top pro stock car and jump in it. She does have some experience in racing in other different organizations. But track prep is underway, and we'll be getting to action really soon. So just bear with us. Speaking of Pomona, just real quick, your number one qualifiers out there were Brittany Force in Top Fuel, Matt Hagan Funny Car, and Dallas Glenn in Pro Stock. They were only able to get 2 qualifying sessions in out there due to pretty much the same thing that we was experiencing here at Gainesville Raceway. That's right, rain. So the start time for the Lucas Oil Winter Nationals was bumped up to 10 a.m. Pacific time.
All right, once again, new entries. If you have not been down the raceway and your car has gone through tech, I need you to make your way into the staging lanes at this time. New Super Pro new entries, I need you in lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator new entries in lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman new entries, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle new entries in 7. Junior Dragsters and Junior Street new entries, lane 8. Once again, if you are a new entry, did not go down the track yesterday, your car's been through tech, make your way into the staging lanes at this time. Once again, Super Pro new entries in 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator new entries 3 and 4. Sportsman new entries 5 and 6. Motorcycle new entries, lane 7. Junior Dragsters and Junior Street, new entries, lane 8.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Hey, we also want to get a shout out to our sister podcast, On the Spot with David Rogers. Their podcasts are on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. They like to talk about politics and things going on around the North Florida area. So check them out if you're into that type of stuff. We want to thank Scorpion Racing Products for jumping on board and being the sponsor of the ET Series here at Gainesville Raceway. So go check them out. They're a local-based company in Ocala, Florida. They may just have the parts for you.
motorcycles, you'll be on deck. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting our new entry time runs taken care of here first thing this morning. All right, so we got our first Barrett box here. We got us a nice looking, couple very nice looking cars out there. We got a Dodge Challenger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and a 71 Chevelle over here on the Budweiser lane. It's Leo Mims in the Chevelle. Not sure on the Challenger just yet. All right, looks like the Challenger's out front. Goes 769 to looks like a 753. Got a pair of Chevy 2 Novas coming up next. Okay, apparently Jenny's getting more tech cards, but she's sending them to me. here we go with the Super Pro bikes. We got Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Sean Tucker is over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, got our next pair of bikes. I think it's Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 551, 134 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Johnson goes through the 793 at 92. Okay, looks like we're going over here to Super Pro. We got Ernie Griggs coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 72 Camaro out of Ocala. And David Harris in the Dragster over there in the Budweiser lane. I believe David's out of the Callahan area. Okay, so David Harris goes through the 479 at 143. And it looks like I'll put Mr. Griggs back in to give him another chance here. Okay, 020 reaction time there for Mr. Griggs. He goes 748 and 115 miles an hour. It's going to bring up Mike Boss next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It is 63 Corvette Roadster. And I think that's going to be Austin Shipp there in the Ford Mustang. He'll be running over there in the Budweiser lane. 632, 135 over there on the Lucas Oil side. Scott DeLong goes through with a 558, 122. Alright, got the little bagel wagon over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Tommy Campbell in the Camaro over there in the Budweiser lane. Vega goes through with a 588, 115 to a 634, 108. Alright, looks like we got Barry Rowell coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Vega. And I think he's going up against Dan Warren over there in the S10 pickup. That was 31 reaction time there for Barry. 70 reaction time over there on the Lucas Oil lane and Budweiser lane. Barry goes through the 601, 116, 649, 104 in Budweiser lane. And we got a pair of Chevy 2 Novas coming up over here. We got Ben Matz over there on the Budweiser lane. He's from here in Gainesville. And we got 2X86 over there on the okay, 002 reaction time over here on the Lucas Oil lane. Matt's left a little bit quick. Matt's goes 621, 108 to a 627 at 108. It's going to bring up Daniel Young next. He'll be in the Pontiac Firebird over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Alright, you got Dragster number 270 over there on the Budweiser lane. Okay, it was 16 reaction time there for Daniel Young. He's going to go through with a 632, 106. Looks like we're going to have to reset the clock for the Dragster there. Now, 007 reaction time for the Dragster goes 484 at 141. All right, got the Chevy Nova coming up over here next. car number 3966. Goes 636 at 107. That's going to bring up the Mustang next. Oh, 26 reaction time there for the Mustang. Goes 605 at 112 miles an hour. All right. Next guy's Dan Warren right there. Goes 607 at 110. Okay. Yes, another S10 over there, 018. Goes 604 at 112. All right, got us a Nova coming up next. Might be Danny Green. Got 060 reaction time. And Nova goes through with a 662 at 106 miles an hour. right, here comes the next pairs. We got Mike Bennett over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against David Smith and the Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. Red line start there for David Smith. 2:05 reaction time there for Mike Bennett. Smith goes through with an 780 at 89 miles an hour as Mike goes 1176 at 61. All right, so we got some Pontiac Ventura coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against the Dragster over here. I think that's Will Highhouse. That 002 reaction time on the Ventura, 008 for the Dragster. Dragster goes through to the 523, 132, 584, and 116 for the Ventura. He's going to bring up Doug Poskovich next. Driving the Ford Fairlane over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Cindy Hall in the Ford Falcon over there in the Budweiser lane. .086 reaction time for Poskovich, 082 for Hall. Poskovich will get there first. He goes 686, 99 miles an hour, 810 at 82 there for Cindy. All right, once again, we got the Dodge Challenger and the Chevelle back up here. Challenger goes through with a 768 at 88 miles an hour, 759 at 93 on the Chevelle. Chevy Camaro coming up next over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. And we got a Malibu station wagon. I'll run against him over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you have any new entries that have not been down the track yet, you need to come to the staging lanes now. Any new entries that have not been down the track, I need you in the staging lanes now. This is your final call. Big wheels up start for the Malibu wagon. He goes 626 at 108 miles an hour. And it looks like there's some problems with the Camaro out there, so they're going to push him back out of the way. Here comes our next pair as we got the Ford Mustang over there on the Soul side of the track, and Tim Pafford's over here in the Budweiser lane. I believe that's Lily's dad in the Mustang. And Pafford left a little bit early. 2:11's the reaction time on the Mustang. Pafford goes 7:47 at 91, 9:64 at 72 on the Mustang. go at 112 miles an hour there for the Camaro. All right, so once again, I'm looking for any new entries that have not been down the track yet. All right, attention into pits, attention into pits. Nate Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Need your lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4 for round 1. Need Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7 for round 1. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7 for round 1.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
much improved weather today, Lord. It's a beautiful day. It's your day, Lord. We thank you for it. Lord, just ask for you to wrap your arms of safety around us as we go through this day, whether we're working, playing, or racing, whatever we're doing, Lord. Just keep this property safe and keep us all safe on the way home. And Lord, there are those of us here that have recently lost loved ones who are battling health issues, all kinds of issues. Lord, each and every one of us has some sort of need or prayer request, Lord, and I just lift those up to you today. Lord, you know the names and the situations better than anybody here. We just leave those in your hands. Lord, we thank you for Jesus Christ dying for us on the cross. For us in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Gray, and could direct your attention to the tower for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. One day I'm going to get Phil Green to sing that for us up here. And he's thinking like you lost your mind. drivers, let's load up as we're getting ready to start round number 1. Super Pro motorcycles, y'all should be in lane 7. I don't see any of you guys woke up over there. Super Pro bikes, need y'all in lane 7. Come on down. Alright, here we go. We got our first pair coming out this morning, and it's going to be John Landola. He'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, down the Pontiac Fire Mode. He'll be right up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. Alright, so John with a 835 dial in with the Pontiac Firebird, 705 dial in for the Chevy pickup truck there of Kenny Hires. Alright, we got a clean green light start. One of them's a little bit tardy. Let's see how that's going to work out down on the top end and work out like it should. John Landola's going to get the wind light on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount. He had better reaction time as well. So he'll be moving on into round number 2. Once again, you are round 1 loser. Buybacks will be located on the first floor of the timing tower. So if you go out in round 1, you got to pay this time, folks. Donations were yesterday. All right, motorcycle number 214 is over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll pick up the wind light over Dan Sayers as both drivers went red. He went by 002. Sayers was 047 red. That's going to bring up Bart Pangillian next in the Chevy Camaro. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against Brandon Williams over there in the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, we got a clean green light start, 38,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe on a double breakout. It's going to be Bart Pangillian picking up the wind light here, 669 on his 672 dial in, as Williams goes out with a 745 on that 750. Oh, big wheels up, start there for Mark Horton in the Camaro, but he goes red, giving the wind light to John Dwayne. John goes through with a 601 on the 6 flat, 632 on that 635 for Mark Horton. All right, Jimmy Hodges coming up over there on the Budweiser lane in his 75 Nova. And here we go up against the Malibu wagon. Don't have the information handy of us just yet. This car's 277X. He's got a 626 dial in. I think this is the big wheel sander from the earlier this morning. Yep. And we have a clean green line starts. Looks like we got a 33,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. Jimmy Hodges is going to get the win line here, 605 on his 604. As the wagon goes dead on 3, but can't get the win light to come on with an 039 reaction time as Jimmy was 006. Okay, here we go. As we got car number E202 coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil sign. This is 768 is going to be the dial in going against Corky Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. As Alford goes red on his reaction time, giving the win light to the challenger. All right, Reed Farrar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the 66 GTO out of Jacksonville. And he'll be going up against the Mustang over here. I believe that's going to be Richard Lindsay. I'll bear with me, my computer's a little slow to switch this morning. It is. So Lindsay with a 644 dial in, 651 is going to be the dial in for Reed Farrar. Okay. And win light's going to come on down there for Reed Farrar, 663 on the 651. He was 013 on the tree. Lindsay was a little bit late. It was 643 on that 644 dial in. That'll bring you up your next pair. Looks like I got Larry McClendon over there in the Budweiser lane, the 66 Plymouth. He's going against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil lane. That would be Robert Treadwell. He's got a 612 dial in. McClendon with a 691. Okay, looks like a 39,000 difference at the starting line, and the win line's going to come on down there for Treadwell, 615 on the 612 as McClendon breaks out with the 687 on his 691. Okay, got our next pair coming up. I think this is Paul Bizzo, I believe, over here in the Chevy 2 Nova, running out of the Lucas Oil lane. And pretty sure that's Brendan George over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, there we go, the stripe, and it's going to be the Chevy. Looks like Brendan George is going to get the win light here on a double breakout, as he only broke out by 1,000ths of a second, and looks like Bizzo broke out by 100th of a second. Andy Lindsay coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang, and he'll be going up against the the Plymouth Duster over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so it looks like Andy Lindsay gets a competition by here. All right, here we go. As we got Chad King coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's in the Pontiac Firebird. He's from Gainesville. And he'll be going up against D. Lichty in the 69 Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of St. John's, Florida. Okay, 38th now separates the two at the starting line and at the stripe. It's going to be D. Lichty getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 2 thousandths. Chad King broke out by a ton. That's going to bring up Tom Courtney next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Trans Am. He'll run up just Tim Nelson in the Dodge Challenger over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, win line's going to come up for Courtney, 718 on the 717 dial in. Good run there for him. He was 069 on the tree. Nelson was 061. Nelson's car wouldn't run the numbers. He went 645 on that 610 dial in. That'll bring up your next pairs. We got the Chevy 2 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Colin Nash is over there on the motorcycle. He'll be running out of the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a clean green line start in both lanes, and it's going to be the Chevy 2 picking up the win line here. 636 on a 629. Colin Nash goes 564 on his 553. Nash was behind on the Christmas tree at 122 and 043. All right, that's going to bring up Bob Hoxton over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Excuse me, that might be Robbie Hoxton. Going up this Tim Pappard over there in the Budweiser lane. And at the stripe, it's going to be Hoxton getting the win line here, 613 on a 610 dial in as Pappard breaks out by a thousandth of a second. All right, Rick Casker coming up next in the Falcons convertible over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Looks like he's going to match up against Gary Thompson. He is 78 Malibu out of McAlpin. All right, we got a clean green line starts in both lanes. 16,000 separating the two at the starting line. It's going to be Gary Thompson getting the win line here as he goes dead on 5. As Casker breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. That's going to bring up Dawson Bass. He'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Jacksonville. Going against the Mercury Capri over here in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, red light start there for Dawson Bass is going to give the automatic win to the Capri. He goes through with a 734 on that 732 dial in. I'll bring up Paul Allen, 72 Ford Maverick over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Darren Stutz in the 57 Chevy over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. 42,000 separates the two at the starting line, and this is going to be Stutz getting the win line here, 605 on his 604. As Paul Allen goes 693 on a 702. Martinell coming up next. He'll be in the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against the Olds Cutlass over here in the Budweiser lane. Mark with a 662 dial in, 715 the dial in for the Oldsmobile. Okay, Martindale's going to get the win line here as he goes through with a 672 on a 662. As the Old slows to a 734 on a 715 dial in. Kevin Roberts coming up next. A beautiful 69 Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane, going against the Nova over there in the Budweiser lane. 660 to dial in. Still waiting on some information to get put in on these guys. Red light start for the Nova is going to give Kevin Roberts the automatic win. Kevin goes 745 on his 55, so he'll work on that adjustment to that dial in. All right, Mike Noble's coming up next. This is a 1984 Dodge Charger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's over in the Live Oak area. And it looks like he'll be running up against Daniel Young in the Pontiac Firebird. He's got a 634 dial in. 653 is the dial in for Nobles. And we got a clean green light start. 1/1000th of a second separates the two at the starting line. This will be a good one. And it looks like Daniel Young's going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 9. As Nobles breaks out with a 651 on his 653 dial in. Bill Waller coming up next. Driving the Ford Ranger. And he'll be going up against the Mustang over here, car number 216. He's got a 608 dial in, 658 the dial in for Waller. And a red light start for Waller is going to give the automatic win to the Mustang. And Mustang gets through the 605 on that 608 dial in. All right, George Emanuel coming up next, the 68 Nova out of High Springs. And he'll go up against Ernie Renfro in his 1970 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. So Emmanuel with a 758 dial in, 663 dial in for Ernie. 41 pound difference at the starting line. And it's going to be George getting the win line here. George Emmanuel goes 761 on his 758, gets the win line there. Ernie goes out with a 671 on his 663 dial in. That'll bring up the Malibu station wagon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Fallon Roach will be over here in the Budweiser lane driving the Ford Mustang. And the Malibu wagon is driven by Mike Zerl. He's out of Rockledge, Florida. And we got a clean green light start. One of them's a little bit late though. And Zerl's going to get the win line here, 675 on the 670 dial in. Fallon goes out with an 865 on her 860 dial in. That brings up Mike Gaffney next. The 77 AMC Gremlin is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Tim Stafford. Driving the Plymouth Duster. He's over there in the Budweiser lane. And red light start for Gaffney. He's going to give Stafford the automatic win. All right, next pair coming out. Looks like we're going to have Phil Green. His 68 Camaro out of Ocala. And I believe that's going to be Ken Grant in the Chevy pickup truck. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention into pits, attention into pits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow go to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Let's make our way into lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Phil Green's going to get the win line here on a red light start there by Ken Grant. Green goes 602 on that 6 flat dial in, and Ken Grant goes 687 on his 696. Okay, looks like we have S10 pickup coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. I think that might be Wyatt Palmatier. He'll be going up against Clint Wilson over there on the Budweiser lane. His 68 Nova. And the win line's going to come on for the S10 pickup, 648 on a 615. Wilson was late, but the car never did pick up. He went 843 on a 694, so obviously having some problems there. Scott DeLeon coming up next in the Malibu over here on the Budweiser side of the track. He'll be going up against Jeremy Davis out of Palm Coast on the motorcycle there in the Budweiser lane. And a red light starting there by Scrappy is going to get Scott DeLeon down Mattaquin. And he goes through the 701 on that 679. All right, David Zane coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Plymouth Duster, and he'll be going up against Travis Marchand in the 69 Camaro there in the Budweiser lane. See, that is Troy Stafford. It must have been Zingman earlier. And big wheels up, started by Travis Marchand. And the win light's going to come on for Stafford. He goes 727 on his 725 dial in. Okay, you got Malibu Wagon going against the Chevelle Wagon. And Malibu Wagon's going to get the win light here, 629 on that 629 dial in. Good run there for him. Here we go. We got a Plymouth Duster coming up over here. I believe this is Tim Welch. He'll be going up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane in his 68 Chevelle. And problems with the Welch's car. Wheels up, start there for Chris French. He's 022. He's going to break out, though, with a 615 on a 617. Welch is going to get the win. No, he didn't, because he got the red light start. Okay, never mind. So Chris French moves on into round number 2. He's going to bring up Leah Tadero in the 74 Chevy van. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She'll run up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 655 dialed in. Leo with a 748. Okay, Leah Sodero got the win line there as she went 756 on her 748 dial in as Tom breaks out with the 648 on his 655. Brings up Bill Reisky next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 638 looks like the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going against the Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. Looks like he's got a 616 maybe dialed in. Red light started there by Mel's going to get the automatic win over here to the Budweiser lane. He goes through with a 610 on that 616. Mel goes dead on 4, but he was 008 on the red side of the tree. All right, so that wraps up round 1 of Super Pro, or of Pro, excuse me. As Super Pro is now making their way into the lanes, we're now running into Super Pro motorcycles. All right, attention in the pits, Junior Street, start making your way into lane 8, Junior Street, make your way to lane 8, please. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Vance Cowdyshell. Vance turns on the red light. Going to give Schmidt the automatic win light here. Schmidt goes 582 on that 590 dial in. Cowdyshell wins 753 on his 756. Okay, that'll bring up our next pair. It looks like we got, let's see who we got here. All right, so Scott DeLong coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. DeLong with a 573, 565 to dial in for Sandy. And Scott DeLong is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. As he goes 568 on a 73, as Sandy went 558 on his 565. Okay, so this is going to be a competition by here. Is unable to make the call here for round number 1. And I believe this is Richard Holder. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 569 dialed in. He'll go up against Larry Berger. Berger with a 1029 dialed in. And Hagedorn's going to get the win light here as he goes 574 with a 569 dial in. Larry Berger broke out with a 1013 on his 1029 dial in. Colin Nash coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orlando, Florida. Anthony Bagheera over here in the Budweiser lane down Palm Coast. Folks, if you would, please do not leave your golf carts unattended in the staging lanes. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Colin Nash getting the win light here, 564 and 59 dialed in, as Anthony goes out with a 573 on his 559. Jeremy Davis coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes, and the win light's going to come on over there for Jeremy Davis on a double breakout. All right, once again, I am looking for Junior Street entries. Start making your way into lane 8. Junior Street, you make your way into lane 8. All right, Dwayne Leachman on the bye run. He's going to go through with a 548 on his 550 dial in. And looks like that's going to wrap up the Super Pro bikes here, first round. As we're getting ready for the first round of the Brian Trader Sales Super Pro. All right, so the first pair coming out here in Super Pro, we've got Glenn Newmans over there in the Budweiser lane, his Chevy Monza. He's out of Alachua, Florida. And he'll be running up against the Dragster over here. This is either Derek Brewster or Tierra Carter. They're sharing the car. I'm not sure which one's in it at this point. I'll hope to know here in just a moment. And that is Tierra Carter at the wheel of the Dragster. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. She's got a 512 dialed in, 578 dialed in for Glenn. Red light start there for Tierra Carter is going to give Glenn Newmans the automatic win light. And Glenn goes through the 582 on his 578 dial in. And Carter went 518 on her 512. Troy Volker coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The S10 pickup truck's got a 684 dialed in, going against Lee Zaremba in his Dodge Dart. He had a 640 dialed in, but unfortunately he pulled the trigger too early. Troy Volker's going to get the win light as he goes through the 681 on the 684 dial in. And we got a pair of dragsters coming up next. Charles Racer is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so it's Trent Horton and Charles Racer, I believe. Red light start there for Horton's going to get the automatic win over here to the Bud Lucas Oil lane. Okay, got our next pair rolling in here. So we got John DeWayne over there in the Budweiser lane, his 68 Camaro. He'll be going against the Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Don't have the driver information on that at this time. And it looks like John DeWayne's going to get the win light here as he goes 602 on a 601 dial in. Okay, Alan Roush Sr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the S10 pickup truck. Going up against Gary Vasquez over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Alachua, Florida. Okay, we got clean green line starts in both lanes. 8 miles separates the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Alan Roush Sr. getting the win light here as he goes 612 on that 609. Vasquez went 477 on a 472. Mike Gaffney coming up next, the 77 AMC Gremlins over here in the Budweiser lane. Got a 691 dialed in. And here we going against the Dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. That is Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. And a red line started by Mike Gaffney is going to give Trinnell the automatic win. Trinnell goes 509 on that 510 dial in. Gaffney went 696 on his 691. Danielle Bachny coming up next. She's in the Dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Venice, Florida. All right, Dan Warren over there on the Budweiser lane. And it's going to be Bachny getting the win light here. She goes 490 on a 488 dial in. Warren goes 641 on his 638. All right, Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Ocala, Florida. He went up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks from over at St. Augustine. Okay, we got a clean green light start both lanes. And the win light's going to come on down there for Bonacci as he goes 512 on that 511 dial in. Hicks goes out with a 503 on a 499. go. We got Mark Treadwell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side. He's in the Budweiser lane, the 72 Oldsmobile. It's out of Jacksonville. Going against the Pontiac Ventura over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Ventura with a 585 dial in. Treadwell with a 555. And red light start there for Treadwell is going to get the automatic win here to the Ventura. All right, David Harris coming up over there on the Lucas Oil in the Budweiser lane. He's Matt Callahan. I think he's got Jerry McGill over here in the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane. I'll get him straight here in a second. All right, got 28,000 difference in the starting line, and it's going to be Harris getting the win line here, 478 with an 8 on a 478. Good run for him. As McGill goes 485 on his 483. Ernie Griggs coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 72 Camaro out of Ocala. He's going to be going against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, it looks like there's problems with Mr. Griggs' car, so it's going to be a single pass here in the Budweiser lane. D-Ross set coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Should be in her Dragster with a 508 dial in, going against the Dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. 475 is going to be the dial in. Alright, that's Brandon Westbury over there in the Budweiser lane. He has a perfect reaction time. That's 509 on that 475. Red light start there for Autumn. John Connick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The Chevy Mines out of Ocala. And Mike Risen still here in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy 2. All right, 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Connick getting the win light here on a double breakout. That'll bring up Sherby Powell. Sherby on the Chevy Camaro over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 662 dialed in. They'll be going against the Dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. They've got a 486 dialed in. All right, identical reaction times. Here we go to the stripe. The Dragster's going to get the win light on a double breakout. That's going to bring up Luke Galley. Driving the Chevy Corvette. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 555 dialed in. He'll go against Darren Stutz in that 1940 Willis over here in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, red light start there by Lou is going to get the automatic win here to Stutz. Stutz goes 539 on that 541. Lou goes dead on 7, but he's 006 red. That's going to bring up the Chevy Bagel Wagon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 585 is going to be the dial in, going against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. They've got a 687 dial in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. These street bikes, street motorcycle, lane 7, street motorcycles, lane 7, please. All right, Whitlight's going to come on down here for Weston McClintock because he goes through with a 723 on that 687 dial in. Going to come off of the Lucas Oil lane because they go through with a 476 on a 78, but a red light start for Abel Prince is going to get that win light over to the Lucas Oil lane. Jim Barbera coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the 66 Chevy 2 out of Trenton, Florida. And he'll be going up against the Dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Once again, looking for street bikes, street motorcycles to lane number 7, please. Street bikes, need you to lane 7. Attention to the bids. Sportsman, you can start making your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, make your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. Win light's going to come on for the Budweiser lane as they go 523 on that 522 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Rick Kasker over here in the Lucas Oil lane, the 62 Falcon convertible, going against Joe Pinkston out of Williston, Florida, over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 11th thou separate the two at the starting line. it's going to be Rick Carter getting the win light here. As he goes 632 on that 629 dial in. Joe went 690 on his 685. That'll bring up Ben Matz. 67 Chevy 2 over there on Lucas Oil side of the track. He's right here in Gainesville. And he'll be going up against the Ford Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. This is Austin Ship. Red line started there for Max. Is going to get the automatic win to Ship. Ship goes 626 on that 6 flat, 624 on a 622 there for Max. Keith Collins Jr. coming up next in the S10 pickup. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 559 dialed in. And I don't have the information on the dragster here just yet. All right, here we go. We got Mike Boss coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the 63 Corvette Roadster. And he'll be running up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, dragster number 252 over here on the Budweiser lane. And looks like the dragster's going to get the win light here as he goes 476 on that 56 dial in as Mike Boss was way late on the tree and broke out by 3 thousandths. All right, Ken Grant coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 465 dialed in. He's going against Ty Jones out of Hinesville, Georgia. He's got a 545 dialed in. And we got 39,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Ken Grant getting the win line here at 466 on 65. Is Ty Jones breaks out by 12 thousandths. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 568 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against Donnie Hutto the Mercury Comet over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 21,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Hagedorn getting the red light on a double breakout. All right, Mark Daniels coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 494 is going to be his dial in. Going against Ryan Barnes. He's got a 452 dial in. 13,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Ryan Barnes getting the red light here. He goes 455 on that 452 dial in. As Mark Daniels goes 498 and his 494. All right, Haley Wright coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against car 2551. And we got a clean green light start both lanes. 21,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. The wind light's coming on over there for car 2551. Barry Rowell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the little Chevy Vega. And he'll go up against Kirk Carlson in the Dragster over there in the Budweiser lane. right, Robert Treadwell going up against Scott DeLong. And Scott DeLong is going to get the win light here as he goes through the 5:59 on that 5:58. Alright, Mark Gordon coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against the Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. 2,000 separates the two at the start, and it's going to be the Camaro getting the win line here on a double breakout. Okay, so we got the Mustang 216H, got a 607 dialed in, going against Bobby Trinnell and his 33 Ford Roadster. And Trinnell is going to get the win light here as he goes 5:32 on a 5:28. Bring up our next pairs. We got another Dragster going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Glenn Newman's going to be over here in Budweiser lane in his Chevy Monza. Okay, we have a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to strike. Glenn Newman's going to get the win light here, 581 on a 589. That'll be right there for Glenn. That's going to bring up our next pair. We got Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Robbie Little going up against Rory Kelly. Kelly's going to get the win light here. 5 flat on a 498 dial in. Robbie Little went 511 on his 508. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 462 is going to be his dial in, going against Randy Banger Jr. 491 is going to be his dial in. Man, we got 23 dial difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be flying. Brian Jones getting the win line here on a double breakout. Okay, Paul Allen coming up over there on the Lucas on the Budweiser side in his 72 Ford Maverick. He's got a 692 dialed in. And we're going against the Dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. They've got a 475 dialed in. This is car number 154F. All right, 17,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be the Dragster getting the win line here as he goes through the 479 on a 475. As Paul Allen slowed to a 7 flat on his 692 dial in. Daniel Young coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 635 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against Chad Kennedy over here in the Budweiser lane, driving the Chevy Monza. He's got a 738 dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start, 33,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Chad Kennedy's going to get the win light. As he goes 472 on that 730, he goes to 742 on a 738 dial in. He was 007 on the tree. Young goes out with a 636 on his 635 dial in. All right, Wyatt Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy S10. And we're going against the Dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. 523 is going to be their dial in. All right, so that's Derek Brewster over there in the Budweiser lane. And the win light's going to come on for Wyatt Palmatier as he goes 603 on a 605. Both of them break out and by the least amount. That's going to bring up Tim Stafford over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Plymouth Duster. He'll go up against Alan Roush Sr. there in the Budweiser lane in his S10 pickup. All right, so here we go to the street bikes. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. All right, Bob Boats over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 7 flat dialed in. He is going to bow out here to Jeremy Davis. Davis with a 796 dialed in on his 793 dial. That brings up Chuck Woolham next. He's out of Reddick. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going up against Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Roy Johnson's going to get the win line here, 752 on his 750 dial in. All right, here we go. We got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. He'll be going up against the Anthony Vera over here in the Budweiser lane. Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against bike number 250. Yeah, red light start there by Colin Nash is going to get the automatic win to the Budweiser lane. All right, got our next pair coming up here. Let's see who we got. Got Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 10:09 is going to be his dial in, going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 5:82 dial in. And Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to get the win light here as Larry Berger breaks out with a 10:03 on his 10:09. And brings up our next pair. Looks like we may have Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over there on Budweiser lane. 550 is going to be the dial in. And Scott DeLong going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 814 dial in. Red light start there by Schmidt's going to give DeLong the automatic win. All right, Reginald Harper here on the bye run. 620 the dial in, goes 607. All right, this is a rerun from a little bit earlier, which we got Troy Stafford over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Plymouth Duster. All right, attention to the pitch. Junior dragsters. Need y'all to start making your way to the staging lanes. I need my 6 to 9-year-olds in staging lane number 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 7. And 13 and older, I need you behind the younger kids in lane 8 for this round, please. there on a double breakout. All right, junior dragsters, 13 and older. Come to staging lane 6 behind Sportsman at this time. 13 and older junior dragsters will line you up in staging lane number 6. All right, John Lamdola coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Driving the Pontiac Firebird going against the Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane against Steve Strickland. Yeah, red light start there by John Lamdola is going to give Steve Strickland the automatic win lane in the Camaro. And Strickland goes through with a 750 on his 750 dial in. Once again, junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds need you in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 7, 13 and older will need you in lane 6. All right, once again, junior dragsters need the 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 7, 13 and older lane 6. All right, Art Van Gillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 8 flat to dial in for the Chevy Corvette. Going against Mike Bennett over here in the Budweiser lane, 1175 to dial in for the Honda CRX. a double breakout. All right, Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 715 dialed in, going against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 7 flat dialed in. And we got green light starts in both lanes. Both of them, one's good, one's a little late. Chris Courtney's going to get the win light here on a double breakout. Chris also had a better reaction time. All right, I'll bring up our next pairs. We got the 65 Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks. 963 is going to be the dial in. And Dan Saggers over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 959 dial in. And we got a clean green light start. 20,000 separates the two at the starting line. And Saggers is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. All right, so we got a competition buy here for Monica Roberts. And she goes through with a 795 under 793. All right, Cleve Egerton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 768 to dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Going against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 701 dial in. And the win line's going to come on over there for Cleve Egerton. He goes 773 on a 68 dial in. That'll bring up your next pair. As we got Jacob Lewis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 980 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro, and Tim Pafford in the Budweiser lane, 747 is his dial in. All right, once again, junior dragsters need the 6 to 9-year-olds in staging lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds need you in lane 7. 13 and older, lane 6. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds, lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 7. 13 and older, lane 6. Junior dragsters, start making your way into the lanes. All right, Chad King and Dennis Harsh. Chad King turns on the red light with his Pontiac. I'm going to give the automatic win here to Dennis. Dennis goes 761 on his 765. Cindy Hall coming up next in the 62 Falcon. 807 dialed in. And it should be going against the Dodge Challenger. Over here in the Budweiser lane, 708 to dial in. That's going to be Blake Scott. He's from Pinetta, Florida. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Cindy Hall getting the win light here, 812 on an 807 dial in. As Scott goes out with a 710 on a 708. Jen Robart's coming up next in the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 843 is going to be her dial in. Going against Mitchell Gunner and his Dodge Charger. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 805 dial in. All right, 31,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Mitch Gunner getting the win light. As he goes on a double breakout, he'll pick up the win. And bring up your next pair is we got the El Camino over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 950 is going to be the dial in. Doug Poskovich in the Ford Fairlane is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 7 flat dialed in. All right, 22,000 difference at the starting line. And Poskovich is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. That'll bring up Corky Bumpus next. Corky driving the four-door Valiant over there on the Budweiser and the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 740 dialed in. They're going against the Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. This is Alexis McClintock out of Bradenton. 782 is going to be her dial in. And the win light's going to come on down there for Corky Bumpus. He goes 741 on his 740 dial in. Alexis breaks out with a 781 on her 782. Dragsters. Okay, so it looks like got Riley Holloway over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be her dial in, going against Kylie Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane. 1203 is her dial in. And it looks like Kylie Mockney is going to get the win light here. She goes 1246 on her 1203 as Holloway breaks out with 1156 on that 1190 dial in. Hudson Matt's coming up next over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 14 flat dial in. All right, so that's going to run up against Sean Daniel over here on the Budweiser lane. 1190 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And that stripe is going to be Shaw Daniel getting the win light here. 1195 on that 1190 dial in. As Hudson goes out with a 1425 on his 14 flat dial in. Hudson was actually sharp on the tree. He was 0-15 on the Christmas tree. All right, so who we got coming up next? Looks like we're going to have one of the Cook boys. Not sure which one just yet. And we're going to have Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Wyatt with a 912 dial in. Xander Cook will be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got an 895 dial in. Okay, we had a clean green line start. 49 thou separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Xander Cook getting the win light here. 901 on an 895. As Wyatt Hicks goes out with a 915 on his 912 dial in. All right, Caden Holloway coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be his dial in. And it looks like he's going to be running up against Time Tanner Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Tanner Mike is going to get the win line here on a double red light start. And he goes through the 906 on that 905. Holdaway went 897 on his 893. That'll bring up Mike Cook next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 will be his dial in. And it looks like he'll run up against Sierra Haight over there in the Budweiser lane. And she's got an 890 dialed in as well. Okay, Sierra Haight's going to get the win line here on a double red light start. She was over 11 to 25. And Sierra also goes 889 with an 890 dial in. And brings up the next pair here is looks like I'm going to have Weston Daniel over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in, and I think we got Lincoln McMaster coming up over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 899 dial in. Okay, once again we have a double red line start, and Lincoln McMaster is going to get the win light as he was 011 red to an 044 red for Weston Daniel. Okay, that's going to bring up Aaron Kennedy next. 894 is going to be his dial in. All right, Carson Murphy over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 9 flat dial in. 894 is the dial in for Aaron Kennedy. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like you got about 44 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line. And the win light's going to come on for Carson Murphy. He goes 905 on that 9 flat dial in. Aaron goes a little closer to the dial in. 895 on his 894, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. All right, Blake Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 895 dialed in. All right, Colton Lindquist will be over there in the Budweiser lanes. 930 is going to be the dial in. They're out of Lakeland, Florida. And red light start there for Lindquist is going to give Blake Jones the automatic win light. And Blake goes through the 891 on his 895 dial in. so we got car 24 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Gonna get the win light here on the double red light start. Johnny Moxley over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, rider horse there on the by run. Goes 917 on that 904 dial in. All right, so it looks like we're going to step it up to the big kids here as we get ready to go to the 13 and older. All right, attention to the fifth, Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles, you make your way to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, so you got Curtis Peak over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 790's his dial in, going against Brooklyn Collins. She's over there in the Budweiser lane, 791's her dial in. And we got a clean green line start. It looks like 8,000 separates the two at the starting line. And your win line's going to come on for Curtis Peak, 792 on a 790 dial in. All right, Hunter Allen coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 790 dial in. Going up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane. Wyatt with an 815 dial in. Okay, double red line start. Wyatt Palmatier is going to get the win light here. He goes 853 on that 815 dial in. And Hunter went through with an 821 on his 790. All right, this is going to be your buy run coming up here next. This will be Gavin Giddings out of Callahan. All right, so we're going to be on hold here for just a little bit while we get the track prepped. If you haven't had a chance to do so, you might head on back to the pit stop. See the pit crew back there at the concession stand. Looks like they got some new stuff, new products there on the menu you might check out. So head on over to see Farzine and his group over there at the pit stop. will now be called, right behind the main grandstand area. We do have Sunoco race fuel on sale, so if you need any race fuel needs taken care of, head on down to the fuel depot down there, and Jamie will get you fixed up with any of your race fuel needs. Also want to remind everybody, we now have a new sponsor for the points races at Scorpion Racing Products. It says they've been in business for over 25 years, engineering and manufacturing and developing rocker arms and valve train components for racing and high-performance domestic engine applications. From stock replacement pedestal mount rocker arms for small block Fords and LS to shaft mount rocker systems for max effort applications. Scorpion Racing Products is your go-to source for any rocker arm needs for your current or next engine build. Scorpion also offers polishing, resurface finishing, and anodized services for all types of components. All Scorpion products are machined, inspected, and tested and assembled in-house at their Ocala, Florida facility with U.S. materials. 100% made in the USA and proud of it. Give them a call at 352-512-0800. Check them out online at www.scorpionracingproducts.com. Also want to thank our other sponsors out here, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Rollins Automotive, and Allen Speed and Machine. FB Trailers, located in Orange Park, is your spot for all your trailer sales needs. Open trailers, race trailers, custom trailers, and more. Stop by and check out what's on the lot or give them a call, 904-371-9791. Rollins Automotive has a rich history in speed and custom business, founded in 1974 in Fort Myers by Chip and Nancy Rollins. Business now is second generation ownership with son Jason Rollins and is in Gainesville, Florida. Stop by or call today for any automotive repair or enhancement needs.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
go back into round number 2 of Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. And looks like we're going to have Robbie Hodgson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 612 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Larry McClendon over there in the Budweiser lane. Larry with a 686 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line start, 29,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Larry McClendon getting the win light here, 688 on his 686 dial in. As Hodgson breaks out with a 611 on his 612 dial in. Andy Lindsay coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Ford Mustang. He'll go up against John DeWayne in his 68 Camaro. And a red light start there by Andy Lindsay. He's going to get the automatic win here to John DeWayne. John goes 6 flat on his 601 dial in. Andy also went under as he went 668 on his 669. Mike Noble's coming up next. It's a 1984 Dodge Charger. And he'll be going up against Jimmy Hodges over there in the Budweiser lane. Hodges in his 75 Nova. He's got a 602 dialed in. Noble's with a 651. Okay, here we go to the strike. It's going to be Jimmy Hodges getting the win line here, 606 on that 602 dial in. As Nobles goes 652 on the 651. A bit closer, but he was also behind on the Christmas tree as Jimmy was 014 to his 060. That's going to bring up Mel Reisky next. Driving the Chevy Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Lecanto, Florida. And Darren Stutz in his 57 Chevy is going to be over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 604 dialed in. Red light start for Mel is going to give Darren the automatic win. And Darren goes through the 597 on his 604. And Mel goes 636 on his 638. Daniel Young coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Firebird. And looks like he's going to be going up against Ken Grant in the S10 pickup. Okay, we got a clean green light start both lanes. And it's going to be Daniel Young getting the win light here as he goes 639 on that 634 dial in. As Kid Grant went 722 on his 690. Okay, so we got the Malibu wagon coming up next, 277X, going up against Richard Lindsay and his Ford Mustang over there in the Budweiser lane. And it looks like the Malibu wagon's going to get the strike first. It goes 634 at 101 miles an hour. All right, Mike Zerl coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 667 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon out of Rockledge, Florida. And he turns on the red eye, giving the automatic win here to Chris Branch out of Ocala in his 68 Chevelle. Chris goes 618 on a 619 with a 008 reaction time. So Chris still put together a pretty nice run there. Bob Waller coming up next. The Ford Ranger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we're going up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. Brendan with a 610 dial in, Waller with a 652. Red line start there by Bill Waller is going to give Brendan George the automatic win lane. And Brendan goes through with a 609 on his 610 dial in. Waller with a 644 on a 652. Mark Dell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the S10 pickup truck. He's got a 660 dialed in. He'll go up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 585 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Okay, you got a 45,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Marchand getting the win light here on a double breakout. Travis went 584 on his 585 dial, and he was also 005 on the tree. Now bring up George Emanuel next, 68 Nova out of High Springs. He'll run up against Tom Courtney over here in Budweiser lane. Tom's got a 647 dialed in on his Pontiac Trans Am. All right, 5,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be George Emanuel getting the win light here as he goes dead on 2 with a 17 reaction time. That'll bring up Vance Hodeshell next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 752 is going to be his dial in. Going up against James Turner out of Keystone Heights in the 85 Berkeley Capri. And the win line's going to come on over there in the Budweiser lane for James. Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 701 dial in on his Chevy Malibu. And going up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. D with a 656 dial in on his 69 Camaro. Okay, Scott DeLeon's going to get the win light here as he goes 702 on that 701 dial in. D goes out with a 659 on his 656. Okay, looks like problems with the Mustang as they had to push him back out of the way, so it's going to be a single pass here for the Chevy 2. And a big wheels up start there for the Chevy 2. All right, Rick Casker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 629 is going to be the dial in for the Falcon convertible. Going up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 665 dial in. Red line start there for Ernie Renfro. Going to give Carter the automatic win. He goes through with a 626 on that 629 dial in. Ernie went 666 on his 665. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. He'll be on up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. 722 the dial in for the Mustang, 713 the dial in for the S10. All right, 77,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Alford getting the win light here, 714 on the 713 dial in. Good. All right, Paul Allen going up against Tim Nelson. And the win light's going to come on for Paul Allen. Reed Farrar coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the GTO, going up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 740 the dial in for Williams, 651 the dial in for Farrar. And it's going to be Brandon Williams coming up with the win light here, 741 on his 740 dial in. All right, Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 714 to dial in for the Trans Am, going up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. 748 is going to be her dial in. And Courtney's going to get the win light here as he goes 716 on the 14 dial in. That's going to bring up Cleve Egerton next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 770 to dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Going up against James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane in his Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. He's got a 694 dial in. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Egerton getting the win light here, 773 on the 770 dial in. That'll bring up Kevin Roberts next. 69 Camaro. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida. Going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. Davis is out of Palm Coast, Florida. And he's got a 795 dialed in. Yeah. Okay, you got a clean green light start for both racers. It's going to be Kevin Roberts getting the win light here as he goes through with a 748 on a 747 dial in. so it looks like the Oldsmobile having some issues out there. So it looks like this is going to be a single pass here for Colin Nash. All right, so you got a competition by here for Colin Nash. All right, Mike Gaffney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. See the Line Bryant Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. All right, so it looks like Mike French's Chevelle has sprung a leak. So they're going to back him off. Looks like we're going to get some cars cleared out here as we got them stacking them up over here in the broke down lane. we go. Got Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. And Clint Wilson in the Nova is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 635 is going to be the dial in for Horton. 686 the dial in for the Nova. Red line start there by Mark Horton is going to give Clint Wilson the automatic win. Clint goes through with the 690 on his 686. All right, Troy Stafford coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 725 is going to be his dial in. And he'll go up against John Lamdola over there in the Budweiser lane. Lamdola driving the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like 15,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Troy Stafford picking up the win line here. 725 with a 3 on a 25 dial in. Good run there for him. As Lamdola breaks out by 8 thousandths. He's going to bring up Chad King next. 770 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Gainesville, going up against Tim Pafford out of Adel, Georgia. He's got a 746 dial in. And we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got 16,000 of a second difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Then it's going to be Chad King getting the win line here on a double breakout, as he only breaks out by 1/1000th of a second, and Tim Pafford broke out by 7 thousandths. That's going to bring Bill Green coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 602 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. 699 is going to be the dial in out of the C10 pickup truck out of Hawthorne. And we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to pop up down there for Bill Green. 603 on the 602 dial in. As Kenny Hires breaks out with a 694 on his 699. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next. He'll be in the Lucas Oil lane driving the S10 pickup. And he'll be going against the Chevy truck over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Dan Salyer's coming up over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 953 dial in on his Chevy truck. And we got a green light start in both lanes. 19,000 separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Palmatier getting the win line here. 610 on the 603 dial in. And Salyers goes out with a 962 on his 953 dial in. Tim Goolsby coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 740 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. And he'll go up against Gary Thompson over there in the Budweiser lane. Thompson with a 696 dial in on his 78 Malibu. Okay, win line here is going to come off of Gary Thompson on a double red line start. And he goes through with a 696 on his 696 dial in. Goolsby broke out as well as the red light. That's going to bring up Fallon Roach. She'll be driving the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against the Malibu Wagon over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro Need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Okay, so Rob Reynolds over there in the Malibu wagon, he's got a 629 dialed in. And your win light's going to come on down there for Rob Reynolds. He goes 629 on a 629 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Mark Van Gilliam next. He'll be driving the Chevy Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he's got a 668 dialed in. Okay, so Bart goes through the 666 on his 668 dial in. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 583 dialed in, going up against Vince Howdyshell. He had a 752 dialed in. Looks like Schmidt's going to get the win line, goes dead on 7. He gets the win over Vance. Richard Holder coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Anthony Becerra. Anthony with a 571 dial in, 550 to dial in for Holder.
Sorry about that. The wind's a little breezy out there today and knocked the camera over.
All right, clean start for both drivers. 13th out, separated the two at the start. Anthony having problems with his bike. He slows way down, and Holder realizes he's coming. He slows down to a 570 on his 550 dial in. Roy Hagedorn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and he went up against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. Hagedorn with a 566 dial in, 697 the dial in for Berger. All right, Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. Davis with a 789 dial in, 560 the dial in for Sandy. And Sandy Rodriguez Jr. is going to get the win line here as he goes 561 on that 560 dial in. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 547 is going to be his dial in. right there. It's going to come on for Dwayne Leachman as he goes 5:52 on that 5:47 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, need you to lane 8. Junior Street, need you to lane 8. I need street bikes to lane 7. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Sr. and Colin Nash. Nash turns on the red light, gives the win light to Dwayne Schmidt Sr. All right, Scott DeLong goes dead on with a 1 on his bio run. All right, it's going to bring up Troy Volker here. He'll be driving the S10 pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Trent Horton in the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane.
Sorry for the camera moving around and wobbling, but it is pretty windy, about probably 30 mile-an-hour winds out there. Flag is standing straight out, so.
All right, red light start there for Trent Horton. He's going to get the automatic win here to Troy Volker. All right, Glenn Newman's coming up over here in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy Monza. All right, Charles Racer over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track had a 5:26 dialed in. And he's going to break out. Glenn Newman's going to get the win light here as he goes 5:82 on a 5:79. He was 001 on the tree. All right, looks like we're going to have Will Highhouse over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 476 dial in going up against Bobby Trinnell here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 510 dial in. All right, got green green light starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Bobby Trinnell getting the win line here, 5:11 on a 5:10 dial in. Tierra Carter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 5:17 dialed in. And she'll be going against the Camaro over here on the Budweiser side. Is actually okay, 9,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line's coming on for Tierra Carter. 5:23 on her 5:17 dial in. That's going to bring up Barry Rao next. He'll be in the Vega over here in the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 5:82 dialed in. He'll be going against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane in the Pontiac Firebird. He's got a 7:40 dialed in. All right, 24,000 difference at the starting line. Brandon Williams is going to get the win line as he goes 7:43 on a 40 dial in. He had a perfect reaction time. Very rounded, a heck of a wheel stand out there, went 5:87 on his 5:82 dial in. That'll bring up the Pontiac Ventura, car number 2211. Gonna be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:85 is going to be the dial in. Well, it gets Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. Stutz with the 1940 Willys. Got a 5:39 dialed in. White Boss coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:75 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Ty Jones over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 5:43 dialed in. And we have a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's coming off of Mike Boss. 5:77 on a 5:75 dial in. Ty Jones goes out with a 5:44 on his 5:43. Jerry McGill coming up next. 474.84 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. Harris with a 477 dial in. He's out of McClenny, Florida. And red line start there for McGill is going to give David Harris the automatic win. And he goes through with a 478 on that 477 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Brian Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 462 is going to be his dial in. He's going to run up against David Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 503 dial in. right, clean start for both racers. Here we go. It's going to be David Hicks getting the win line here as he goes dead on with an 8, picks up the win. Brian Jones goes dead on with a 3, and Ken I get the win light come on. He was behind on the Christmas tree in 019 to an 042. Brendan George coming up next. 482 is going to be the dial in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Tommy Campbell over there in the Budweiser lane. 634 is his dial in. Okay, we got a 40,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Brendan George getting the win line here. 483 on a 482 dial in. As Tommy Campbell breaks out with a 633 on his 634. Danielle Mockney coming up next. She's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 488 is going to be her dial in. And showing up Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. Vasquez with a 472 dial in. All right, need Junior Street to the lanes, please. Junior Street, need you in the staging lanes. Need Street Motorcycles to lane 7, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Street Motorcycles, lane 7. Okay, win line's coming off for Gary Vasquez. He was 476 on his 472 as Mockney turned on the red light by 1,000ths of a second. Autumn D. Rossett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 506 is going to be her dial in, going up against April Prince over at the Budweiser lane. 625 is going to be her dial in. Okay, we had a clean start for both drivers. Here we go, the stripe here win light's going to come on for April Prince. She goes 627 on her 625 dial in as D. Rossett breaks out with a 504 on her 506. Jim Barbera coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 648 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Mike Risen over there in the Budweiser lane. 659 is his dial. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's coming on down there for Mike Risen as he goes through with a 663 on his 659 dial in. All right, here comes Luke Galley. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 556 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. He'll go up against Patrick Moeller. 486 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster there in the Budweiser lane. All right, it looks like 5,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Patrick Moeller getting the win line here on a double breakout. All right, John Connick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 718 is going to be his dial in, going up against Grayson Wright over there in the Budweiser lane, racing with a 497 dial in. And red light start there for Grayson Wright. It's going to give Connick the automatic win light. And Connick goes through the 718 on the 718 dial in. Mike Benacci coming up next. He's got a 510 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Dan Warren. Warren with a 639 dial in. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, going to clean start for both racers, and it's going to be Benacci getting the win light here. He goes dead on 9 with a 14 reaction time. And Warren goes out with a 641 on his 639. That'll bring up the Vegas station wagon, number 5834. He's got a 585 dialed in. Going up against the Dragster over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. I think this is Jordan Prince. Got a 461 dialed in. go, get back underway. I got the Vega wagon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a 585 dial in. Jordan Prince over there in the Budweiser lane. And a 461 dial in on the Dragster. Alright, so Vegas slows way down, and the Dragster's going to hit the win light. I'm going to bring up Daniel Young next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 634 dialed in, going against John Dwayne over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 601 dialed in. Red light start there by Daniel Young. It's going to give John Dwayne the automatic win. And John goes through with a 599 on his 601. He's going to bring up Robbie Little over there on Luke's Oil side of the track. He's got a 510 dial in going up against car number 252. They've got a 456 dial in. All right, 4,000 is the difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Win light comes on over there in the Budweiser lane for car 252. Haley Wright coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 512 dialed in, going up against Lisa Reba over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 642 dialed in. All right, Mark Daniels coming up next. 498 is going to be the dial lane, going against Weston McClintock over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 722 dial in. And at the stripe, it's going to be McClintock picking up the win light here, 727 on a 722 dial in. All right, Alan Roush Sr. coming up next. 608 is going to be his dial in. Here we're going against Ken Grant over there in the Budweiser lane. Grant with a 466 dial in. All right, need my junior street entries to lane 8, junior street lane 8. Street bikes, y'all should be in lane 7. Street motorcycle, y'all should be in lane 7. Sportsman, start making your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Ken Grant is going to get the win light there over Alan Roush. He's going to bring up Paul Allen next. Paul with a 691 dial in on his 72 Maverick. We'll go up against Joe Pinkston over here at the Budweiser lane. Pinkston with a 689 dial in. Okay, Paul Allen's going to get the win light there as he goes 701 on a 691. Sherby Powell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 659 dialed in, going up against Austin Ship there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 610 dial in. All right, Sherby Powell gets the win light there, 663 on his 659. That's going to bring up Ben Matz over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chevy 2 Nova out of Gainesville. He's got a 625 dial in. And going up against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 6 flat dialed in on that Ford Mustang. Okay, Ben Matz is going to get the win line here, 646 on a 625 dial in. As Graham breaks out with 898 on that 6 flat dial in. Ernie Griggs coming up next. 748 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Camaro. And here we go against Ryan Barnes over there in the Budweiser lane. 452 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's coming off of Ryan Barnes, 456 on that 452 dial in. He goes out with a 751 on his 748. Keith Collins Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And it looks like we're going to have issues here with the Dragster. It looks like it's broke, so it's going to be a competition single here for Keith Collins. And Collins goes through with a 572 on a 568 dial in. Also had a perfect reaction time. Banger Jr. coming up next. 489 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster out of Palmetto, Florida. And he'll go up against Donnie Hutto out of Jessup, Georgia in the 71 Mercury Comet. He's got a 683 dial in. All right, looks like Randy Banger's going to get the win light here, 497 on a 488. Hutto goes out with a 686 on his 683. All right, Chad Kennedy going up against the Dragster over there. And the Dragster's going to get the win light here, 449 on that 447 dial in as Kennedy breaks out with a 733 on his 740 dial in. All right, here comes Dragster 154F and Scott DeLong. And Scott DeLong turns on the red light, giving an automatic win to the Dragster. Dragster goes dead on one, picks up the win. All right, it's going to bring up Mark Gordon next. 460 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 528 is the dial in for the 33 Ford Roadster. All right, 15,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Bobby Trinnell picking up the win light here. 528 on a 528. Good run there for him. All right, Robert Treadwell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. He's got a 614 dialed in. And Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane, got a 611 dialed in. All right, 5,000 separate these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Robert Treadwell getting the win line here on a double breakout. Palmetier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 605 is his dial in. Going up against Mike Gaffney over there in the Budweiser lane. Gaffney with a 688 dial in for his AMC Gremlin. Okay, got a pair of red lights there. Yep. Red light's going to come off of Wyatt Palmetier. Rick Carter coming up next. Out of Wisconsin, driving the 63 Ford Falcon convertible. He's got a 627 dial in. Going against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 581 to dial in for the Chevy Monza of Alachua. And fourth dial separate the two at the starting line. This will be a close one. Here we go. And it's going to be Glenn Newman's getting the win lights. He goes dead on with a 0. Picks up the win. Carter breaks out by 2 thousandths. Paul Bizzo coming up next. 628 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova. And he'll be going up against Ari Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 498 dialed in. All right, so Kelly gets the win light here, 5 flat on that 498 dial in. I'll bring up Roy Hagedorn next. 566 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser lane. 608 is going to be his dial in. Okay, Hagedorn's going to get the win light here as he goes 567 on a 566 dial in. All right, Derek Brewster coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 521 is going to be his dial in, going against Troy Stafford in the Plymouth Duster. And a red light start there for Brewster is going to give Stafford the automatic win. so this looks like Will Highhouse possibly over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, got a 476 dial in. Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane, got a 452 dial in. All right, 2,000 separated the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be the Lucas Oil lane getting the win lane as they go 476 for the 2 to pick up the win. Palmatier breaks out by 3 thou. All right, so it looks like that takes care of that round of Super Pro. As we're now going over here to Junior Street. All right, so we're here in Junior Street. We got Hunter Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is going to be the dial in for the F250. And going up against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1010 dialed in on their F350. Red light start there for Molly is going to give Hunter the automatic win. And Hunter goes through with a 1080 on that 1090, and Molly goes 999 on her 1010. All right, so here we go to the street bikes. All right, Sean Tucker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 602 dialed in, going up against Colin Nash over there in the Budweiser lane. Colin with a 562 dialed in. Oh! All right, Colin got all out of shape with that bike. So Sean Tucker's going to get the win light there. Does that mean that thing started going to the right? He got a real close look at the wall there before he pulled it out. So so your next pair coming out, we're going to have Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to have a 997 dialed in. Going against Kevin Cadby, he'll have a 525 dialed in. All right, red light start there by Berger was going to give Kevin Cadby the automatic win. Kevin goes through with a 535 on that 525 dial in. And Berger at 1031 on his 997. Vance Howdy Shell coming up next. Got a 630 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Reginald Harper over there in the Budweiser lane, 6 flat to dial in. Okay, win light's going to come on over there for Vance as he goes 639 and 630 dial in. Reginald went 689 with his 6 flat. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 582 dial in. He'll go up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. Leachman with a 548 dial in. Okay, you got a clean start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes 585 on that 582 dial in. As Leachman breaks out by 5 thousandths. Got to bring up Dwayne Schmidt Sr. next. He's got a 547 dial in. He'll run up against Chuck Woolham over there in the Budweiser lane. Chuck has a 621 dial in. So it looks like Dwayne may have rolled the beam out there. So Chuck's going to get the win light there. He's going to bring up Roy Johnson next. Roy Johnson over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 750 dialed in. He'll be going up against Anthony Barrera on Palm Coast. 571 is going to be his dial in. And red light started there for Anthony. He's going to give Roy Johnson the automatic win light. And Johnson goes through with a 754 on his 750 dial in. Scott DeLong coming up next. 814 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Citra. He'll go up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 795 is going to be the dial in for Scrappy. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the wing light's going to come on for Jeremy Davis as he goes through with a 796 on a 795 dial in. All right, attention to the pits, Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds, make your way into staging lane number 8. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds, staging lane 8. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, need you to lane 2. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, need you to lane 2. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. All right, here we go into Sportsman. We got John Landola coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 832 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 962 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes. And your win light on a double breakout is going to come on for John Landola. And we're up to your next pairs. We're going to have Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 715 is going to be the dial in. He'll be driving the 77 Pontiac Trans Am, going up against Tim Pafford out of Adel. 745 is going to be his dial in. And red light start there for Courtney. He's going to give Tim Pafford the automatic win light. And Pafford goes through the 746 on that 745 dial in. Brings up your next pairs. We're going to have Cleve Egerton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 771 is going to be his dial in. Going against Bart Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane. 796 is the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. Okay, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Cleve Egerton picking up the win light here on a double breakout as he breaks out by 1,000ths of a second. And Pangillion breaks out by a bunch. All right, Monica Roberts coming up next. 794 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And showing up against Steven Strickland there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 750 dial in on his Chevy Camaro. Yeah, red light start there for Strickland. It's going to give Monica Roberts the automatic win. And Monica goes 794 with a 7 on a 94 dial in. So a good run there for Monica. That's going to bring up the Mustang number 2063. He's got a 950 dialed in. Going up against the El Camino over here in the Budweiser lane, car number 322. so the El Camino is going to get the win light here as the Mustang breaks out by 3 thousandths. That's going to bring up Chad King next. 769 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And here we go up against Blake Scott. 715 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. All right, once again, junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds need you in staging lane number 8. Junior dragsters 10 to 12 in lane 2. Junior dragsters 13 and older, lane 1. Okay, so Chad King's going to get the win light here on the red light start by Blake Scott. That's going to bring up Cindy Hall next, 810 the dial in for the 62 Falcon. She's out of DeLand, Florida. Going up against Kenny Hires over there in the Budweiser lane, 705 is his dial in. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be Cindy Hall getting the win light here. She goes 816 on an 810 dial in. Hires goes out with a 7 flat on his 705 dial. Jen Robart's coming up next. 830 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. And she'll be going up against Clint Wilson over there in the Budweiser lanes. 7 flat the dial in for the Nova. Yeah, red line started by Clint Wilson is going to give Jen Robarts the automatic win. And she goes through with an 839 on her 838 dial in. That's going to bring up Corky Bumpus, the 65 Plymouth Valiant 4-door. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 740 dial in. He'll go in against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 865 is the dial in. On the Infinity. Okay, Corky Bumpus is going to get the win light here as he goes 743 on a 740 dial in. Dennis breaks out with an 863 on his 865. Corky had it covered on the tree as well. Jacob Lewis coming up next. 929 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Doug Poskovich out of DeLand in the 66 fair lane. He's got a 7 flat dialed in. Okay, clean start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Lewis getting the win light here. 932 on a 929 dial in. As Poskovich breaks out with a 696 on his 7 flat dial in. Alexis McClintock coming up next. 781 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 8 flat the dial in for the Dodge Charger. All right, 6 now, separating the 2, and at the stripe, it's going to be Alexis McClintock picking up the win light here, 785 on a 781 dial in. on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be her dial in. Going against Kylie Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. 1202 is going to be her dial in. All right, attention in the pitch. Racers, if you're needing any Sunoco race fuel, you've got about 15 to 20 minutes to get back there and get your fuel needs taken care of. So racers, if you need any racing fuel, you need to get on back and get your fuel needs taken care of, as the fuel depot is going to be closing in about 20 minutes. And the wind light's going to come on down there for Kylie Mockney as she goes through the 1221 on that 1202 dial in. Hudson Matt's coming up next. 14 flat's going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going up against Shaw Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. 1190 is going to be his dial in. Okay, real nice start there for Daniel. Is going to give Hudson Max the automatic win. Hudson went through at 1402 on that 14 flat dial in. It's going to be up Rider Horse. 915 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We're up against Tanner Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. 906 the dial in for the driver out of Venice, Florida. Okay, 2,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The wind light's coming on over there for Rider Horse. 615 with a 1 on a 615 dial in. Good run there for him. Tanner goes 909 on a 906. Okay, Ryan Cook coming up next. 894 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we're going up against Carson Murphy over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 899 dial in. All right, once again, racers, if you have not gotten your race fuel needs taken care of, you need to do so at this time. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. I need Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. Once again, Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Okay, Colton Lindquist coming up next. 927 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Sierra Hayton over there at the Budweiser lane. She's got an 890 dialed in. All right, red light start there for Sierra is going to give Colton the automatic win light. All right, that's going to bring up Aaron Kennedy next. 893 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 913 is going to be his dial in. Okay, you got a clean green light starting both lanes. And Aaron's going to get the win light there. It looks like Hicks having problems with his cars. He slows to a 1045 on that 913. Hicks actually had it covered on the tree, but just wouldn't run the number. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 895 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we're up against Lincoln McMaster there in the Budweiser lane. 9 flat is going to be his dial in. Okay, red light starts there for Caden Holdaway. Is going to give Lincoln McMaster the automatic win. And Lincoln goes through an 895 on that 9 flat. Blake Jones coming up next. 895 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Johnny Moxley. 890 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, clean start, both of them is off. And your win light's going to come on down there for Blake Jones. He goes 898 on his 895 dial in as Moxley breaks out with an 848, 884 on that 890 dial in. All right, Molly Baker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be running up against Weston Daniel over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 9 flat dialed in. A red line start over there for Weston Daniel's going to get the automatic win here in Molly Banger. And it looks like the ball run coming up here next for Xander Cook. All right, Cook goes through with an 897 on that 902 dial in. All right, here we go. 100 downlink coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The 810 is going to be the dial in, going up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane. Wyatt also with an 810 dial in. All right, Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles need on the staging lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. Red line start there for Hunter Dowling. He's going to get Wyatt Palmatier the automatic win. And Wyatt goes through an 836 on that 18 mile in. All right, that's going to bring up Gavin Giddings next. 846 to dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. Okay, and you got the Miss Collins, Brooklyn Collins, over there on the Budweiser lane. She's got a 795 dial in. And red light start there for Brooklyn Collins. Gave the automatic win here to Gavin Giddings. And Byron coming up here for Curtis Peak.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
clean start both lanes. Here we go, and it's going to be Brandon Williams getting the win light here on a double breakout. As he went 740 on a 742. Nash goes out with a 559 on a 562. All right, Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 715 dialed in. Going up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 713 dialed in. All right, one of them's real good, one's a little late. How's this going to work out on the top end? I think it should. Roland Alford gets the win light here, 716 on a 713, was 009 on the tree. Chris trying to catch him, breaks out. He goes 713 on that 715. He was 116 on the tree. Okay, next pair coming up, we got Bart Van Gillian over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 667 is the dial in on the Chevy Camaro. Here we go up against Jimmy Hodges over there in the Budweiser lane. 602 is the dial in for Hodges. All right, 36 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jimmy getting the win light here as he goes 604 on his 602 dial in. Bart goes dead on 8, can't get it done with an 038 reaction time to Jimmy's 002. Phil Green coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. Then we're going up against Larry McClendon over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is the dial in. All right, only 5,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Phil Green's going to get the win light here as he goes 603 on a 602 dial in. Picks up the win light. McClendon goes out with a 690 on his 687. Brendan George coming up next. 611 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we're going up against John DeWayne over here in the Budweiser lane. 6 flat, the dial in for the 68 Camaro. And a red light start there for John DeWayne. It's going to give Brendan George the automatic win. Brendan goes 607 on that 611. John goes 602 on his 6 flat. And John was only 001 red. Okay, here comes the Malibu wagon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 626 is the dial in. Going up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 618 is the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. Oh, bumper dragon start there for the wagon. Chris French gets the win light. 631 on a 618. 653 on a 626 for the wagon. Boy, what a show the wagon put on, though. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 611 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Here we go up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. Clint with a 687 dial in on his 68 Nova. And a red light start there for Clint Wilson. Going to give Aaron Reynolds the automatic win. Aaron goes through with a 609 on that 611 dial in. As Clint Wilson goes 685 on his 687 dial in. That's going to bring up Chad King. 770 the dial in on the Pontiac Firebird. He'll be going up against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 735 dialed in on the 85 Mercury Capri. Okay, looks like got about 21 mile difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Turner getting the win line here as he goes through with a 7:35.2 on his 7:35 dial. And good run there for him. Chad King went 7:71 on the 7:70. Cleve Egerton coming up next. 7:69 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He's out of Orlando. He's got a 7:69 dial in. He run up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 597 is going to be the dial in for the 57 Chevrolet. Yeah, red light start there for Egerton. It's going to give Darren Stutz the automatic win. And Darren goes through the 604 on his 597 dial in. Dave Zink coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 701 dialed in on the Plymouth Duster. Then we're running up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 585 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. And red light start there for Travis Marchand. It's going to get an automatic win to David Zink. And Zink goes through the 7 flat on that 701 dial in. Daniel Young coming up next. 634 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Gary Thompson over here in the Budweiser lane. 696 the dial in for the 78 Malibu. All right, got another clean green line start. Looks like 39,000 separates the two of the starting line. It's going to be Daniel Young getting the win line here as he goes 638 on his 634 dial in. Gary Thompson went 697 on his 696. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 701 the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. He is out of Bellevue, Florida, going up against Kevin Roberts in his 69 Camaro out of Hawthorne. He's got a 748 dial in. All right, got a clean start for both racers. And it's going to be Kevin Roberts getting the win line here, 751 on that 748 dial in. DeLeon goes 705 on a 701. Rick Carter coming up next out of Wisconsin in a 63 Ford Falcon. He's got a 627 dialed in. Going to be running up against Georgia Manuel over here in the Budweiser lane. 753 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Okay, you got a clean green line start at 56 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Georgia Manuel picking up the win. 755 on his 753 dial in as Carter breaks out with a 626 on his 627. All right, so we got Jerry Bizzo coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 626 to dial in on the Black Nova. Going against Paul Bizzo over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 628 dialed in with the red Chevy 2. Okay, we got a clean start by both of them. One's pretty good, one's a little tardy. One that's good, just won the race. Paul Bizzo gets the win line, 631 on his 628 dial in as Jerry breaks out with a 622 on his 626 dial in. Paul Allen coming up next, 72 Ford Maverick over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. He's got a 689 dialed in. Going against Troy Stafford over here in the Budweiser lane. 724 is the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. He's out of Orlando, Florida. All right, attention at the pits, attention at the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Start making your way to the lanes, please. Need Junior Street, make your way back to staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, make your way back to staging lane number 8. Need Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. All right, here comes Wyatt Palmatier over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Rob Reynolds is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Palmatier with a 610 dial in, 629 the dial in for Reynolds. Okay, Wyatt Palmatier is going to get the win light here as he goes dead on with a 9 with a 009 reaction time. Put a 18th out of the pack together. Rob Reynolds is 055 on the Christmas tree. He had no chance. All right, here we go back into our Super Pro motorcycles. And we have Roy Hagedorn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 566 is going to be his dial in. Going against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. 568 is going to be his dial in. All right, 34,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Scott DeLong getting the win light here as he goes 569 on a 568 dial in. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up next. 560 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Richard Holder over here in the Budweiser lane. 550 is going to be his dial in. lane start for both riders. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Sammy Rodriguez Jr. picking up the win light here on a double breakout. He went 556 on his 560, and Holder goes out with a 545 on his 550 dial in. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. He's got a 582 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 547 is going to be his dial in. And red line start there for Leachman. It's going to give Schmidt the automatic win. And Schmidt goes dead on 7. All right, here we go, round 3 of Super Pro, and we're going to get kicked off for Troy Bulker over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 683 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's out of Ocala. He'll go up against Weston McClintock in Bradenton, Florida. 722 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And red light start there for Troy Bulker is going to give McClintock the automatic win light. And he goes through with the 723 on that 722 dial in. Charles Racer coming up next. 527 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster out of Callahan. He'll go up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. Glenn with a 580 dial in on his Monza out of Alachua. All right, here we go. And red light start there by Charles Racer is going to give Glenn Newman's the automatic win light. And Glenn goes through with a 581 on his 580 dial in. Okay, Brendan George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 482 dialed in. He'll be going up against Bobby Trinell over there in the Budweiser lane. Trinell with a 511 dial in. Nice clean start here. 13,000 separates two at the starting line, and it's going to be Brendan George getting the win line here as he goes 496 on the 482 dial in. As Trudell slowed to a 532 on his 511. Tierra Carter coming up next. 516 is going to be the dial in, going up against David Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 503 dialed in. Okay, got a nice clean green line start. Looks like a 22,000 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Tierra Carter picking up the win here, 518 on a 516 dial in. Hicks breaks out by 2 thousandths. And Carter was ahead on the Christmas tree. She was 008 to Hicks' 030. All right, here goes Pontiac Ventura, car number 2211, got a 590 dialed in, going up against Mike Risen over there in the Budweiser lane. 663 is his dial in. All right, 13,000 separates two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the win line is going to come off from Mike Risen as he goes through with a 663 with an 8 on his 663 dial in. John Connick coming up next. 718 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza over there on the Lucas Oil lane. Here we're going up against Patrick Bowler in the Dragster. He's got a 485 dialed in. Okay, red line start there for Connick's going to give Moeller the automatic win. Moeller goes through the 484 on that 485 dial in. Okay. Looks like we have Will Highhouse coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 476 is going to be the dial in. Going up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. Harris with a 478 dial in. Red light start there by David Harris is going to get the automatic win over here to the Lucas Oil lane. They go 474 on that 476. That's going to bring up Mike Boss next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 576 dial in on the Corvette Roadster, going up against John Dwayne over there in the Budweiser lane. John with a 601 dial in on his 68 Camaro. Red line started by John Dwayne. He's going to give Mike Boss the automatic win. And Boss goes through with a 577 on his 576. And Dwayne broke out with a 599 on his 601 as well as his red line start. All right, Paul Allen coming up next. 689 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He's going up against Brad Westbury out of Odom, Georgia. He's got a 475 dial in. Okay, looks like 11th time will separate the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Westbury getting the win light 478 on this 475 dial in. This Paul Allen slow to a 695 on his 689. Mike Bonacci coming up next. 510 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against April Prince over there in the Budweiser lane. 625 is going to be her dial in. Okay, 27,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go. And it's going to be Bonacci getting the win line here. 511 on a 510 dial in. Good run for him. As April goes out with a 627 on her 625. Hitman's coming up next. 627 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova out at Gainesville. He went up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 476 is going to be the dial in for Gary. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Vasquez picking up the win on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount, moves on into round number 4. Keith Collins Jr. coming up next. 572 is going to be his dial in. Here we going up against the Dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. I believe this is Jordan Prince. 460 is going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Green line start. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Dragster getting the win line here. 461 on that 460 dial in. So Jordan Prince moving on into the next round. That'll bring up Dragster number 154F. They got a 477 dial in. And they'll be going up against the Dragster over here on the loop Budweiser lane, car number 252, which has a 456 dial in. All right, 2,000 separated the two in the starting line. And the win light's going to come on over in the Budweiser lane for car number 252 as they go 456 for the 2 on that 456 dial in with an 011 reaction time. Put together a 13,000 pack. Randy Banger Jr. coming up next. 490 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Go right up against Ryan Barnes over there in the Budweiser lane. Barnes with a 450 dial in. Okay. Ryan Barnes is going to get the win light here, 465 on a 450 dial in. As Wagner slowed to a 502 on his 490 dial in. Sherby Powell coming up next. 660 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Ken Grant over here in the Budweiser lane. Grant with a 467 dial in. Red light start there for Sherby Powell. Is going to give Ken Grant the automatic win. And Grant goes through with the 476 on his 467 dial in. And we'll bring up Haley Wright next. She's got a 511 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Artie Kelly will be over there in the Budweiser lane. 498 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention to the pits. Pro Motorcycles, need you to the lanes, please. Pro Motorcycles, need you to the lanes. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Need street motorcycles, street bikes to lane 7, please. Street bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Okay, so it doesn't look like anybody's in a big hurry to stage up. Okay, the win light's going to come on for Haley Wright. She's 002 on the tree, goes 513 on a 511. Ari Kelly goes dead on 9, but he's 033 on the tree. Robert Treadwell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Bobby Trunell over there in the Budweiser lane. 528 is going to be his dial in. Okay, Bobby Trunell is going to get the win light here on a double red light start. And he went through the 530 on 528 dial in. All right, car number 2551 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Glenn Newman's. Going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 580 the dial in for the Monza. Nice clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be the Dragster getting the win line here on a double breakout. They break out by the least amount. They break out by 7. Glenn broke out by 11. All right, Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He's got a 566 dialed in. And He'll be running up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 6:07 dial in. Okay, red light start there for Palmatier is going to give Hagedorn the automatic win. And Hagedorn goes through with a dead 9. Troy Stafford coming up next. He's got a 724 dial in on the Plymouth Duster. And here we going up against the Dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. 475 is the dial in for Will Hillhouse. Alright, got a clean start here for both drivers, and here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Troy Stafford getting the win line here as he goes 724 on that 724. He's 2 over on the dial-in, 4 on 004 on the reaction time. He had a 6,000 pack. And Brandon Williams coming up is your buy run. He's got a 739 dialed in. All right, street bikes, y'all should be in the lane. Street bikes, you should be in lane 7. Sportsmen, y'all should be in lanes 5 and 6. Okay, Hunter Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is going to be the dial in. Goes up against Michael Martin over here in the Budweiser lane. Martin with a 655 dial in. Okay, red light start there for Michael Martin. It's going to give Hunter Dowling the automatic win. All right, Byron coming up here from Molly Banger.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
attention to the pitch. Junior dragsters, junior dragsters. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 6 to 9-year-olds lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the lanes, please. All right, Cindy Hall coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 813 is going to be the dial in for the 62 Falcon. And she'll run up against John Lamdola over here in the Budweiser lane. 830 is the dial in for his Pontiac Firebird. And Landola's going to get the win right here. He gets 832 on that 830 dial in. Jacob Lewis coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 913s, 931s and dial in, going up against the El Caminos, reaching 22 at a 9 flat dial in. And the win light's going to come on in the Budweiser lane for the El Camino, 925 on a 9 flat dial in. Chad King coming up next. 769 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird, going against Alexis McClintock. 783 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. All right, red line start from McClintock is going to give Chad King the automatic win. Chad goes through with a 770 on that 769 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 794 dial in. Going against Jen Robarts over here in the Budweiser lane. 838 is going to be the dial in. Red light start by Monica is going to give Jen Robarts the automatic win light. All right, here we go. Into the street bikes, Vance Howdishell coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in over here on Lucas Oil Lane. It's out of Vero Beach. They're going against Kevin Cady. We're here at Budweiser Lane. 535 is the dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. Yeah, red light start there by Kevin Cady. He's going to give Vance the automatic win. And Vance goes 632 on that 640. Kevin went 530 on his 535. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 582 is going to be the dial in up there on Lucas Oil Lane. Going against Sean Tucker over here in the Budweiser Lane. 602 is going to be the dial in for Sean. All right, 51,000 difference at the starting line. And the win line's coming off for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes through the 586 and that 582 dial in. Sean goes out with a 603 on his 602. Chuck Willem coming up next. 621 is going to be the dial in. He's from Reddick, Florida. He's going up against Jeremy Davis from Palm Coast over there in the Budweiser Lane. He's got a 795 dialed in. All right, clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go. And Jeremy's going to break out, give him the win over to Chuck Willem. And I'll bring up your buy run here for Roy Johnson. All right, here we go. Looks like we got a final here in the 6 to 9 year olds, and we got Hudson Matz over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 14 flats to dial in. Going against Kylie Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 12 flat dial in. We've got green light starts in both lanes. And on a double breakout, Kylie Mockney is going to get the win light here. She only breaks out by 4 thousandths. Hudson breaks out by a ton. All right, here we go. We got a rider horse coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 912 dialed in, going up against Xander Cook. Xander with an 897 dial in. Man, red line starting there by Xander Cook. It's going to give rider horse the automatic win. And he goes through with a 916 on that 912 dial in. Xander went 903 on his 897. All right, attention to the bids, attention to the bids. Nick Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. All right, Lincoln McMaster over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Colton Lindquist. And at the stripe, it's going to be Lincoln McMaster picking up the win light as he goes 897.5 on his 897 dial in. Good run there for him. Lindquist went 937 on a 927. Molly Banger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got 891 dialed in. She'll be running up against Aaron Kennedy over here in the Budweiser lane. 894 is his dial in. All right, got a nice clean green line start. And Molly Banger is going to get the win light here. She goes through with an 899 on her 891 dial in. Aaron goes out with an 898 on his 894. Blake Jones coming up next. 894 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side. He'll be going up against Carson Murphy over here in the Budweiser lane. 911 is going to be his dial in. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. And on a double breakout, Blake Jones is going to get the win light here as he breaks out by 4th hour. All right, Curtis Peak coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be his dial in, going against Gavin Giddens out of Callahan. 851 is his dial in. And at the strike, Curtis Peak's going to pick up the wins. He goes dead on 0. And that'll bring up Wyatt Palmatier. 845 is going to be his dial in.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
$60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
We want to thank Scorpion Race Products for coming on board and being the sponsor of the ET Series here at Gainesville Raceway. The company is located just down the road from us in Ocala. Give them a visit. Go to their Facebook page. Like it. Share it with somebody. Just want to remind everybody, please don't forget this Thursday night, March 28th, you can join myself and Robert Simpson on our podcast. It starts at 7 p.m. and we will be interviewing the youngest pro stock driver in NHRA history. That's right, Sienna Wildgust. She is going to be our guest. We're going to talk a little bit about her career, what led her to the pro stock category, and probably even a little bit about her finally making it into eliminations. She was on the outside and just barely missed getting in due to some rain showers that cost her that chance. But she did make it in Pomona, and so we're going to talk about that experience. Again, we want to thank you to please go like our Facebook page and our YouTube page. We're trying to get our subscribers up on YouTube. It will help us and will help you at the same time. Just talking about YouTube just a little bit. Now on Facebook, you're watching this probably on your phone or on your tablet, maybe your computer at home. But if you'll go right on over to YouTube on your smart TV, look us up on the Spot Motorsports Media, and you can watch us on your 65 or 72-inch TV. And I'll tell you what a difference it makes from yesterday to today with all the struggles that we had. We couldn't even get into the third rounds of eliminations yesterday due to all the rain on Friday night. Started lifting the rubber up, so the track crew had to go down there and scrape it to get that all taken care of. And here comes the rain showers a couple of times. We had to oil down. The track crew, they just kept on and kept on battling for the drivers to have an opportunity to hopefully get the race in, but it was getting so late that we had to call it at the end of second round. Corey's going to go out there and do a little spraying, and then we will be headed right back into pro, fourth round of eliminations. We are looking forward to the conclusion of the Lucas Oil NHRA Winter Nationals this afternoon out of Pomona. First round eliminations are completed, and they should be going in the second round here in the 30 minutes or so, if they're not already racing now. Yes, actually, they are already in the second session of eliminations in Pomona. It looks like Top Fuel is done, and they are currently running Funny Car.
All right, here we go. We got back into our pro eliminator category. We'll go out on a limb and pick a winner on this one, Mr. Jim. I'm going to say the Red Duster is going to win it. Troy Stafford coming up over there on Lucas Oil side of the track. 724 is the dial in for the Duster out of Orlando. Going up against David Zink over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 7 flat dial in on his Duster.
We're going to go side by side for a few minutes right after this pair.
All right, looks like got about a 60,000 difference at the starting line. And the win line's going to come up for Troy Stafford. This goes 728.4 on a 24 dial in. Good run there for him. David breaks out by 9 thousandths. Brendan George coming up next. He'll be in the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. 713 is his dial in. Okay, so Brendan George is going to pick up the win here on a double red line start. And he goes through the 633 on his 610. Alford wins 722 on his 713. Eric Reynolds coming up next. 611 to dial in on the Chevy Camaro. And here we're going up against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. 735 is his dial in. 30,000 stickers at the starting line. And it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here, 618 on a 611 dial in. His turner goes out with a 740 on his 735. Brandon Williams coming up next. 740 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Bradenton. He'll be going up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 68 Chevelle out of Ocala has got a 620 dialed in. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Williams getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6. And French goes 625 on his 620. Daniel Young coming up next. 634 is the dial in for the 96 Firebird. It's out of Palm Harbor, Florida. Darren Stutz over there in the Budweiser lane. 6 flat is the dial in for the 57 Chevy. All right, 22,000 separating the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Daniel Young getting the win line here, 635 on that 634. Stutz goes out with a 602 on his 6 flat dial in. Phil Green coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 602 dialed in going up against George Emanuel over there in the Budweiser lane. 753 is his dial in. $6,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Double breakout. Phil Green's going to get the win line here. He breaks out by 8 thousandths. And it looks like George broke out by 14. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 69 Chevy Camaro out of Hawthorne's got a 748 dialed in. We're going up against Paul Bizzo over here in the Budweiser lane. 628 is going to be his dial in. All right, 55,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Bizzo picking up the win line here as he goes 632 on the 628 dial in. Kevin Roberts goes out with a 751 on his 748. Wyatt Palmetier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 610 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. Hodges with a 602 dial in. Okay, win line's going to come on for Jimmy Hodges. He goes 604 or 602 as Palmetier goes out with 614 on his 610 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Need Junior Street back to lane 8, Junior Street. Need you back to lane 8, please. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 582 dialed in. He'll be going up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. Rodriguez with a 559 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, need you to the lanes. 1 and 2, come on down. right, starting there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to give Sandy Rodriguez Jr. the automatic win lane. And that'll bring up Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 550 dialed in. And we're up against Scott DeLong over here in the Budweiser lane. 567 is his dial in. All right, Junior Street, need you to lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Sportsman, make your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, make your way to the lanes 5 and 6. Okay, Scott DeLong picks up the win there over Dwayne Schmidt Sr. as he went 569 on a 567. All right, going to do a test run here for Anthony. All right, Super Pro, need you in the lanes. Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Come on down. Need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. again with street bikes. Street bikes, need you to lane 7, please. Street bikes, need you to lane 7.
I believe these are just test hits right here. The car before and now the dragster.
All right, so here we go back into Super Pro. Coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Venice, Florida. He'll be going up against Mike McBryson over here in the Budweiser lane in the Chevy 2 Nova. Okay, we got green light starts at both lanes. Looks like got about 15,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Hagedorn getting the win line here, 573 on his 566 dial in. As McBryson goes out with a 676 on his 663 dial in. Tierra Carter coming up next. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. Got a 516 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Patrick Moeller. He's got a 485 dial in on his dragster. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Red line start there for Tierra Carter is going to give the automatic win to Patrick Moeller. Moeller goes through the 481 on his 485. Tierra went 514 on her 560. Brendan George coming up next. 482 is going to be the dial in. Here we run up against Brandon Williams. Williams with a 738 dial in on the Pontiac Firebird. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go at the stripe. Your win light's going to come on for the Firebird. Brandon Williams gets the win light, 741 on the 738 dial in as Brendan George breaks out with a 481 on his 482 dial in. Mike Boss coming up next. 577 is going to be his dial in. He'll go in against Weston McClintock. 722 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. And red line start there for Mike Boss is going to give McClintock the automatic win. McClintock goes through the 723 on his 722 dial in. All right, then bring up dragster number 238P. I believe that's Jordan Prince. 462 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil lane. And Glenn Newman will be over here in the Budweiser lane. Glenn with a 579 dial in on his 75 Monza. And red line start there for the Dragster is going to get Glenn Newman's automatic red line. And Glenn goes through the 578.9 on his 579 dial in. All right, here we go as we got the high house coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 475 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Gary Vasquez. Gary with a 474 dial in. His Dragster out of Alachua. Okay, we got the Palmetier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We got a 450 dial in. A red light start there by Brad Westbury. Going to give the automatic win over to the Lucas Oil lane. They go through the 451 on that 450 dial in. Next pair coming up, we're going to have Haley Wright. 512 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side. And showing up against Ken Grant. He's from Ty, Georgia. 467 is the dial in for the Dragster from Grant. All right, 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe on a double breakout. Haley Wright's going to get the win right here. She breaks out by 3 thousandths. Ken Grant breaks out by 5. Troy Strafford coming up next. 724 is going to be the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. He'll go up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 529 to dial in for the 33 Ford. Okay, red light start there for Troy Strafford's going to give Bobby Trinnell the automatic win. All right. Ryan Barnes coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 451 dialed in. They'll go up against Dragster number 252. They got a 456 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light line start, 5,000 separates the two of the starting line at the stripe. The win light came on for the Budweiser lane, car 252, on a double breakout. Your buy run coming up here next for Mike Bonacci. And Mike has a 511 dial in. Alright, so Bonacci goes through the 509 on his 511. Alright, this is our junior street final round. We're going to have Hunter Dowling coming up against Molly Banger. And a red line start there by Molly Banger is going to give Hunter Dowling the win light. Alright, here we go into our semifinals of Pro Bikes, and we've got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 581 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Chuck Willem over there in the Budweiser lane. Chuck's got a 621 dialed in. Alright, Chuck Williams going to get the win light here, 634 on a 621. Schmidt with 605 on his 581. Vance Howdy Shell coming up next. 633 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. Johnson with a 745 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, come on down. car, Sportsman, we got Corky Bumpus coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane. 740 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Plymouth Valiant. Going up against John Lamdola over there in Budweiser Lane. He's got an 828 dialed in. 1/1007 seconds separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Lamdola getting the win light. And as Corky breaks out with a 738 on his 740. Chad King coming up next. He's got a 769 dialed in on his Pontiac Firebird. Going against the El Camino over here on the Lucas in the Budweiser Lane, car number 322. He's got a 915 dialed in. Once again, looking for the junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters need you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Red light start there on the El Camino is going to give Chad King the automatic win. All right, attention in the pits, flying. I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator to start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Eliminator, back to lanes 1 and 2. Need Super Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7, Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. go. As we got Molly Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. She's got an 891 dialed in, going up against Ryder Horse. He's got a 915 dialed in. And the wind light's going to come on down there for Molly Banger. She goes through with an 894 on her 891 dial in. All right, here we go. We got Blake Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be his dial in. He'll go in against Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 896 dial in. All right, we got 40 thousandths difference here at the starting line. And the wind light's going to come on for Lincoln McMaster as he goes 902 on that 896 as Blake Jones breaks out by 3 now. But he had a perfect reaction time. Yeah. All right, Curtis Peak coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 790 dialed in. He'll go against Wyatt Palmatier over there in the Budweiser lane. Wyatt with an 810 dial in. All right, 28,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the wind light's going to come on down there for Wyatt Palmatier. George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 611 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. He'll be going up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 740 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird. Red light start there by Brandon Williams. Going to get Brendan George, the automatic win light here. And Brendan goes through the 636 on his 611 dial in. Brandon went 741 on his 740. That'll bring up Bill Green. 602 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala, Florida. And Jimmy Hodges over there in the Budweiser lane. 603 the dial in for the 75 Nova. It's just about a heads up run here. All right, we got a 36 dial difference at the starting line. And Bill Green's going to get the win light here as he goes 603 on the 602. Hodges slowed to a 610 on his 603. Hodges actually had a better reaction time, going forward to an 040, so Bill Green gets the gift there. That'll bring up Aaron Reynolds next, 611 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And Daniel Young out of Palm Harbor has got a 634 dial in on his Pontiac Firebird. Separate the two of the starting line. This will be close. Here we go to the stripe. And it's Daniel Young getting the win line here. 634 with an 8 on a 634 dial in. As Aaron Reynolds breaks out by 9 thousandths. Paul Bizzo coming up next. 628 the dial in for the 66 Chevy 2. He'll go up against Troy Strafford. 722 is going to be the dial in for the Duster out of Orlando. All right, 13 thou separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming off of Paul Bizzo, 628 on the 628. And it's Troy Strafford goes 723 on his 722. 25 10 thousandths of a second was the difference at the stripe. All right, attention in the pits. I need Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, make your way to lanes 1 and 2. Need street bikes back to the lanes, please. Street motorcycles back to lane 7. Need sportsmen back to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Red line start there by Sandy Rodriguez Jr. is going to give Scott DeLeon the win line. And Scott DeLeon goes 566 on his 67. He'll still get the win. All right, once again, look for Super Pro. The lanes, please. Super Pro. Need your lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. All right, once again, look at Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro needs you back to the lanes. Need Sportsman back to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Alright, so it looks like got a little grudge race going on here. Anthony and Dwayne.
Sorry about that. I thought that was the final of street motorcycle. So disregard that.
Alright, looks like down to our semifinals here in the sportsman category, and we're going to have Chad King coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 772 is going to be the dial in for his Pontiac Firebird. And he'll run up against John Lamdola over there in the Budweiser lane. 830 is the dial in for his Pontiac Firebird. All right, here we go. We're off and running. You got 46,000 difference at the starting line. John Lamdola is going to get the win here, 835 on his 830 dial in. Chad King goes out with a 775 on his 772. And Byron coming up here next for Tim Pafford. All right, here we go back into Super Pro. There's a Pro. Yeah, Super Pro. Roy Hagedorn over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 566 is the dial in. Going up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 742 dial in. Okay, you got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Brandon Williams getting the win light here as he goes through with a 743 on a 42 dial in. Hagedorn miles out with a 568 and his 566 dial in. Maverick Commentator coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 447 is going to be the dial in. Going against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 578 is the dial in for the Monza. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and your win light's coming off for Glenn Newman's. He goes through with a 580 on a 578 dial in. Maverick goes out with a 448 on his 447. Mike Bonacci coming up next. 509 is going to be his dial in. Going to be going up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 529 is the dial in for the 33 Ford. Okay, here we go. Your win line's going to come on over there from Mike Bonacci as he goes dead on 3. Gets the win line. He was 036 on the tree. Trinnell was actually better, low 19, but couldn't run the number. He went 532 on that 529. I'll bring up Haley Wright next. 512 is the dial in. And showing up against Patrick Moeller over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 484 dial in. Okay, Haley Wright's going to get the win line here on a double red light start. All right, here we go. We got car number 252 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 454 is going to be the dial in. Going against Weston McClintock. 723 is going to be his dial in. Okay, 4,000 separated the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be the Dragster getting win light here. 455 on a 454 dial in. And Will Highhouse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, here we go with our street bikes. And we got Chuck Willem coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 621 is going to be his dial in. Going against Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. 745 is his dial in. Junior Dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
folks, let's clear the staging lanes out a little bit here, as we still got some cars we're trying to bring through the lanes, please. Not running golf carts at this point, so we can make some room in there. Would be greatly appreciated. I do need to get my Sportsman finalists back to the lanes. I need to get Pro Eliminator back to the lanes, and Super Pro, I need to get you guys back to the lanes as well. So Sportsman, need you in the lanes. Pro and Super Pro, need y'all back to the lanes. Need Pro ET to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, you come over to lanes 3 and 4. Golf carts, need y'all out of the staging lanes, please. All right, once again, looking for Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Need Super Pro back to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. And golf carts out of there, please. All right, here we go with our junior dragsters. We got Molly Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 891 is going to be her dial in, going against the Lincoln McMaster over there in Budweiser Lane. 897 is his dial in. All right, looks like we got about 4,000 difference at the starting line here. And at the stripe, going to be Lincoln McMaster picking up the win light. 901 on an 897 as Molly breaks out by 0.03 of a second. we're going back into the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. All right, so you're going to have Paul Bizzo coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 628 is going to be the dial in for the 66 Chevy 2. You're right up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. 612 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start for both Brendan and Paul. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Paul Izzo as he goes 631 on his 628 dial in and picks up the win light. Gonna bring up your next pair as we got Phil Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 602 is the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. Then we're going up against Daniel Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 635 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. we go with our Sportsman final round. We're going to have Tim Pafford coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7:45 is going to be his dial in. Going against John Lambdolo here in the Budweiser lane. 8:30 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And a red light start there for Tim Pafford, who's going to give the automatic win here to John Lambdola. All right, gonna have to do a rerun here from a little bit earlier. So got Haley Wright coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 512 is gonna be her dial in, going against Patrick Bowler. He's got a 484 dialed in. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. go. They're staged up and ready to go. And we got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe. And the red light's going to come on for Haley Wright. All right, so Haley Wright goes dead on with a 5 with a 002 reaction time, puts the 7th out pack together. Patrick Bowler goes 048 on the Christmas tree, breaks out by 9 thousandths. y'all, we're getting ready to run Super Pro. We need to clear out the staging lanes here. Get all these young folks stowed away someplace, please. We start bringing cars around. All right, here we go. As we're getting back into the action here in Super Pro, getting down to the nitty gritty of it all. Will Highhouse coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 474 dialed in, going up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 742 is his dial in. All right, 2,000 separated the two at the starting line. This will be close. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Highhouse getting the win light here at 475 on a 474. As Brandon breaks out with a 738 on a 742. Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 509 is going to be his dial in. He's going against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 580 will be the dial in for Glenn. Red line start there by Glenn Newman's is going to give Bonacci the automatic win. And Bonacci goes 506 on a 509. Glenn was 004 red. Bonacci was 004 green. All right, here comes Haley Wright. 512 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against the Dragster 252. He's got a 454 dialed in. at the starting line. The win line's going to come on over there, and the Budweiser lane on a double breakout. He breaks out by 1/1000. Haley broke out by a bit. All right, need my Pro Eliminator finalists to the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, need you to the lanes. Green out of Ocala driving the 68 Camaro's got a 602 dialed in. All right, need Super Pro back to the lanes, please. Super Pro, need you back to the lanes for your semifinal matchup, please. Let's cool them and fuel them. All right, we got a clean green line start, 24 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Bizzo getting the win line here. Bill Green goes dead on 2. Can't get it done. He's 0.48 on the tree. Bizzo's 0.24, goes 6.30 on a 6.28. 66 ten-thousandths of a second, the difference at the stripe.
All right, we're just waiting for the Super Pro cars to make their way back into the lanes, and we'll try to get them down the track as soon as possible. All right, we're getting ready for the semifinal in Super Pro. So we're getting down to the end of a very, very long weekend here at Gainesville Raceway. We want to thank everyone who's been on board watching the live stream today and yesterday. Hey, don't forget, this Thursday night, you can catch myself and Robert on our podcast at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. We're going to have Sienna Wild Gus joining us, talking about her pro stock debut here at the Gator Nationals just a few weeks ago, and talking about her qualifying and making the field out in Pomona. And we're also going to talk a little bit about her career and what led her to the pro stock class. So it's going to be a very interesting show, and we would love to have everyone join us. You can watch it both on Facebook and on YouTube, again, at On The Spot Motorsports Media. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It helps us out, and it helps our viewers out at the same time.
All right, here we go with our semifinals of Pro Eliminator, and we're going to have Mike Bonacci over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 506 to dial in. He's out of Ocala. Going up against Scott Gibson over here in the Budweiser lane. 453 is going to be the dial in. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean green line start. 2,000 separated to the starting line. Here we go to strike. Mike Bonacci goes dead on 3 with a 007 reaction time. Puts a 10th out back together. Scott Gibson dead on 9. 009. 18th out back together. Bonacci gets the win light. Moves on into the final round. All right, Will Highhouse just going to go up, take the beam, and back up into the staging lanes.
All right, we're down to the final pair of the weekend. We just got to wait for the other dragster to make its way around.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
got you. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 506 going to be the dial-in on the Dragster out of Ocala. Going up against Will Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 475 dialed in. He'll be running over here on the Budweiser side. This is your Super Pro final round.
Looks like maybe a Zeus fastener fell off. Actually, he was doing the burnout. So they're going to give him a few minutes here to possibly put that back on if that's what that is. Got something else going on with Pierce. They look like they got it fixed.
All right, here we go. Final round, Mike Bonacci. Gonna be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 506 is gonna be the dial in. Will Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. 475 is gonna be his dial in. Red line start by Bonacci is going to give the automatic win to Highhouse. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap things up for us here today in a very long weekend, but we do appreciate everybody coming out and being with us. Got Saturday Insanity coming up here next weekend, so make your plans to come on out and hang out with us. Please be safe on your way home on the way home, folks, and we will see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Again, we want to thank everyone who tuned in today to On the Spot Motorsports Media. We provided the live stream here at Gainesville Raceway for the Scorpion Race Products EP Bracket Series. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook and on YouTube. And come join our podcast on Thursday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Until then, take care.